The hardest part. Very good. Yes. Introduction was. These problems. It's first line and not first line. Is fake. Otherwise, आपके बड़ा क्लाइंट करते हैं वो साइड इधर के अब तो है बोले को क्लाइंट इज मां वाला गियर बोले को है अब ये नहीं बस अंबाजन की और क्या that is dan mais saiu de uma então vamos vir para ti e eu falo já tá e eu já tá application के अंदर एक्शन के लिए इसके इंस्ट्रूमेंट दी है और ये सर फाइनल प्रोसेस से भी नहीं है लैंग्वेज again this is about
Good afternoon. We have to do our second or third lesson. Good. We had two, no, already. There are two online members or one member. Yeah, LMS is okay, no? I uploaded the required copies, hard copies, sorry, PDF subcopies. Right, third one is about organizational environment is the best words used for this. Organizational environment. Third one. or environment of management is also another one. Right, we'll cover these areas. Even in the second lesson, we consider no, these are the influences as to consider the evolution of management theories and practices, the environmental impact. This lesson is about that actually. We will cover these areas. First, we will identify the key forces or elements in the organizational environment. We can use a diagram also. Then after that, we will describe how the external environment may affect the organization. Right. Then finally, as managers, we should know how to adjust or adapt the organizations to the external, adapt the organizations to the external environment, right? These are the areas we are going to cover. Right. Then first we need to have a small definition about organizational environment. Right. Right. But this handout starts classifying that. But before that, we have to have a clear small definition about that. Then what's the meaning of organizational environment and how to define it? Then based on the keywords, you can do it. But we can say organizational environment consists of a set of forces, no? Set of forces influencing the operations and performance of the organization or of an organization. Right. That's how we can define that. It involves a set of forces or elements that influence the operations and performance of an organization. Right. First, we need to have that definition. The set of forces or elements, no? Influencing the operations and performance of an organization. Right. Then it can be broadly classified into internal environment and external environment. Internal and external. Right. To have that classification, we can use the organization's boundary as the base. Organization's boundary as the base. We noted this in the management process. Organizational boundary. Right. The external environment. But external environment is in two types. The internal environment. Manager, non-manager, or employees, no? Employees. Then culture, organizational culture. External दावती रहने direct and indirect. But general micro, macro, and then general task. This task environment. This is general environment. This organization environment. Right. Internal environment includes the elements within the organization's boundary. It includes managers or management, employees, and culture of the organization, not the national culture or the societal culture. It is in the macro environment. Right. This is another diagram we can use. Internally. Okay, it is two types. Boundary is the horizon used to identify the two, internal, external. I said this. Right, then external environment includes all elements outside the boundary of the organization. They may have potential effect on organizational operations and performance. It is further divided as a task environment and general environment. Right, task environment is closer to the organization, then it can have the regular, very day-to-day or regular effect on the organization. It includes customers, suppliers, competitors, and labor market. Those are four elements. But different books identify that differently. These are the key, mostly identifiable elements in the task environment. General environment represents the outer layer of the environment, right? They involve dimensions. They may have not regular impact, but now the gravity is high, frequency is high, the impact of external environment. But even still, we can call it as very timely or impact on in over time. Impact over time, not day by day or day to day. Right. As we noted, the general environment or the macro environment or the indirect environment, these are some other words. General, macro, indirect. Right. So task task, micro, then direct. But both are external. Right, international or global, technological, economic, socio-cultural, legal, political, and natural are the 6 dimensions of the general environment. global, technological, economic, social, cultural, political, legal, natural process. Or dimensions. Right. The diagram can depict all these. Right. The brief explanation of these elements and the impact on organization. Right. Managers basically as agents or decision makers can influence the organization's performance by making decisions and operations. Right. Then they are responsible to satisfy all stakeholder needs, including shareholder return. Right. Employees will help managers decision making by performing their jobs. But they are coming from different demographical factors from the workforce. Right. Then here culture means organizational culture. It should be corrected as organizational culture or culture of the organization. Right. Or internal culture. Internal organizational culture should fit all capabilities and needs of that to match with the external environment, including strategy formulation, strategy deployment or implementation, and other things to ensure the performance, high performance. And that's how these three internal environmental elements can look after the organization. That is very important. That can be changeable as well. Changeable. The other things cannot be changeable rather than responding to match with it. But a micro environment can be somewhat changeable through the strategies. But macro environment cannot be changeable other than following the changes coming from them or responding to changes coming from them. But some can argue that the giant multinational corporations even can challenge or change the cultures of other countries as well, developing countries as well. But they also should adapt into them. First, after adapting only through the establishment, they can do effects to the local cultures. As Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, McDonald's, Toyota, Samsung. Influence the people, lifestyle of people living there. Right. It is also happening now. Right. But from the task environment also people can do effect now as customers play the customer role, consumer role. They determine the demand of the organization. They create and maintain the demand, and they are the final judges of the success or failure of the organization. Customers, you all are playing that role. Right. Suppliers in the backwards try to provide inputs and other facilities to produce outputs. Their quality is also important. Quality of their products are also important. Without that quality, supply quality, raw material quality, or facility quality, organization cannot enhance the product quality or service quality of them, or process quality of them. That means they can't satisfy customers unless they are good suppliers. Right. Then competitors are also another key players in the task environment. Among competitors, the market share should be shared. Or in other terms, the competitiveness should be considered with the involvement of the competitors. But this differs, competitive level differs according to the industry. Now, if we consider automobile industry, now they are in the rival situation these days, no? Right, to find alternative automobile engines and all. Right. Then labor market is another immediate actor in the task environment. It represents people in the labor force and other participants also as unions, employee associations, employee federations, and some employee classes. Right. Then the companies should follow these, no? Should address the demands or requirements of the labor market on a regular basis. Regular basis. Even day by day, they should address some requirements coming from the labor market. That's how the internal environment, task environment and their effect should be understood. Then after that, we will move to the general environment. First one is international or global forces. Right. Then if you look at them, even they are the dominant set of dimension, because other macro environmental variables are also shaped by this one with the globalization. Right. Then all other internal arrangements, right, also should be made to match with the globalization, global requirements today, because we are now in a globalized marketplace. Even domestic firms, though they are not going to the overseas market, they can't escape from the global competition, because there are global brands and products in all local markets. Petrol එකක් ගත්තත් එහෙමයි, multinational product එක. Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, McDonald's, Pizza, those are available, no, in all areas of a country. Even in a remote area. පොඩි කඩේක උනත් තියෙනවා Coca-Cola bottle එක, Sprite bottle එකක්. ඉතින් මිනිස්සු ඒකට කරවිලා ඉන්නේ. Online orders දාලා ගෙන්න ගන්න pizza එක ගෙවල් ගාව. Uber එකෙන් යනවා නේද? ඉස්සර දෙයක් හදුනා පැන්ඩෝල් එකක් බොන්නේ නේ. යාමේ කෝල් කරන මිනිස්සෙක් වුණත් දැන් උඹරක යාන මිනිස්සෙක් වුණා ගයන් කවන කෙනෙක් වුණා ගෙදර නිදාගෙන ඉන්නකොට පැන්ඩෝල් එකක් තමයි බොන්නේ. Multinational brands are available everywhere. Mobile phones තියෙනවා හැම කෙනාට. Samsung, Nokia, දැන් ඒවත් iPhone තියෙනවා, Apple. Right. And therefore, all these are happening as a result of the increased internationalization or globalization. In future, the gravity of that would be higher than now. But at the same time, companies should consider the localization also. Not only the global standardization, and they have to match with the local requirements also. Otherwise, they can't sell their products in such a country. Right. That's why we say think globally, act locally. Yeah. Think globally, act locally. Right. Then technological environment involves all scientific and technological developments and advancements in a large society as well as in a industry. But in recent years, no, we see massive changes happening in India. Now we have come to the AI technology. It's also widely used. It has affected our day-to-day life, not only to the professional life. Right. We are in a digital era, no? Digitalized era, digital technological era. In future, there should be more technologies, right? Studied and introduced ahead. But we can't forget the past technologies also, no? Some activities of them should be continued with the modern technologies to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness. Right. The economic forces represent the general economic conditions of a country or a region where the organizations operate, do businesses. Right now, different economies, no, traditionally operated are closely related, tied together in agreements, in regional agreements, in trade agreements, as well as in special agreements. Right. Then businesses are also having those different agreements, alliances. Right. Then governments are also having different agreements, alliances. There is TRIPS, NATO, European Union are some examples. TRIPS, G8, G7 are some examples. Asia. Then OPEC. Right. These are geopolitical regimes. Right. Then socio-cultural environment forces whole demographical variables as well as norms, customs, values held by people in the general population. Because of these, our workforce diversity and customers are moderated or formulated. Even workforce, customers, employees, customers are results of the changing nature of the socio-cultural environment of a country, of a region, and in the world as a whole. That will affect to the labor market situation also. This will affect to the labor market. Right, legal political environment or political legal environment covers government regulations in local level, state level, and federal level, as well as political ideologies, activities, influencing the behavior of decision makers and the authorities. Therefore, managers must recognize variety of pressures coming from these areas, and not only political activities, but they should do operations to match with the legal requirement, laws, statutes, etc. No? In different areas, company formation, company registration, paying taxes, employment of employees, and providing them basic requirements and other requirements. And having using information, there are many acts in introduced in different areas, and as intellectual property rights, and information privacy acts. In Sri Lanka also now that is there, no, correct? Information privacy act. Right. Parate rule की लगता है parate right, which are highly affecting the operations of businesses, small businesses, medium and large scale businesses, foreign businesses. Company law also got changed now in 2007, 7 to 1997. Right. The previous one was 1982 Companies Act. Now we are having 2007 Act. Right. Even a single person can form a company now, no? Single person. Earlier minimum was 2 members. Now even single person can start a business. ultraviolet contract, those are not now practical. No? Right. And here. Then company memorandum is was abolished. No? Now articles, only articles operate can govern the administration and function of a company. Right. But now no offshore companies. No? Offshore companies are there, no public companies, people's company. That has also been abolished. People's company. Janata Samagana. Offshore companies are there. Private companies are also there. Company guarantee companies are also there. Right. Private companies there, then PLC companies. Those should be, I mean, updated, no? Those areas should be updated and used. Flexibility is high, but controllability is low. When flexibility goes high, controllability goes down. Right, that's how natural. Even today, this is very dominant. Therefore, organizations need to be aware of threats and opportunities, both OT linked with the natural environment. Natural environment can do effect in these ways with the shortage of raw materials, increase cost of energies, increase pollution, natural disasters. What is? That's why I think a lot of green concepts have come to address the natural threats and opportunities. Green concepts like green marketing, green management, green HRM, right, and other sustainable focuses have come due to this one. The impact to get into the impact of influences of the natural environment. Then companies should have contingency plans also. Contingency plans to face the natural environment in advance. Proactive now. They need to have contingency plans. That is a special type of plan required today for all companies, all businesses, in order to get ready for the threats and opportunities. Both can be addressed now in contingency plan. Not only threats, but opportunities also can be capitalized in advance. Then they can do research, studies, surveys also together and timely information to get ready for the threats and opportunities of the environment. But contingency plans are prepared not only for the threats and opportunities of the natural environment, but for all environmental parts. If a company can identify an area of market demand, then it can actively involve. No? It comes from the economic area, market demand. Right. With this, we have come to the last point of the handout to know how to adapt to the external environment. Now we identified different factors of the external environment, 6, and knew how to analyze them most. Now our task is to know the way of adapting to the external environment as managers, so as organizations. Right, then first we have to use this diagram. Insights given in this diagram. It is to identify the uncertainty level of the environment towards the business and know what kind of or how to do the change, how to do changes as a response. Right. Then in this axis we see the number of factors, no? Or the level of or degree of the influence of the number of factors of the environment. It can be scaled from low to high. Right. Some companies or industries may be having low uncertainty level than others. Some may be in the moderate level, some may be in the highest level. Right. First, you have to identify that. After that, you should know to match with that. You should know what's the rate of change you need to address or use. Right. If a company or an industry experiences a low uncertainty level from the environment, then that industry or organization can have a very low rate of change, low speed of change. That is advisable, no? Right. If moderate, a moderate rate of change. If the company experiences highest uncertainty level, it should do quick changes, agile changes, rapid changes. That's what this diagram says regarding assessing the environment or assessment of the external environment. Right. Then after that, the company should know what are the internal and external sources used for to do changes. Right. Then as internal sources, the organizations can identify boundary spanners and their roles. Right. Boundary spanners are the individuals or departments which can or who can detect very important information and provide them to make change-oriented decisions by the management. Right. But these are not actually new things, no? These have been used by us from the history. Business intelligence, competitive intelligence, and having information systems, doing surveys, assigning people, individuals, and use systems for benchmark customers, competitors, other businesses. Right. Anyhow, the sensitive change-oriented information should be gathered and shared, disseminated. That is number one. For any decision, information should be there. Right. Then now, today, I think since the recent history, organizations are using these external sources to deal with the changes. Even recently, Nissan Motor Corporation, about to collapse, had mergers with Mitsubishi Corporation and Honda Corporation. No? Bounce back, resilient. Right. Likewise, now today, companies are highly using these external sources in the forms of inter-organizational partnerships, strategic alliances like mergers, acquisitions, joint ventures, franchising, licensing, etc. These are external sources. Right. Then anything should happen to match with the way of doing things in the organization. That is called its culture, what we identify here. One very important element of the internal environment that managers and employees jointly should use the culture of the organization to make the change adapting decisions to the external environment. Right. Culture is a set of key values, beliefs, and understanding and norms shared by members of the organization. Both managers and non-managers should share that. In another way, it is the pattern of shared values and assumptions about how things should be done within the organization. Then we see differences of these across organizations. In that sense, we can say organizations are unique. They are distinctive each other. Right. When you consider iceberg, it has two parts, visible part and invisible part. Likewise, we can identify two parts of a culture as visible parts, they called artifacts, and invisible parts. Invisible part, it holds the values, assumptions, and beliefs of the members of the organization. But both should be considered. But the Second one is very important. The hidden part is very important. It takes more time to understand and to deal with. Very difficult to deal with that. But we should be used to deal with the artifacts also. Artifacts means vision, mission, then products, services, buildings, people behavior, actions, interactions, all can be seen, no, observable. Which are the results of the hidden values of people, of the in a country also same. Right now, based on the so far discussions in the third learning outcome, finally we can identify and briefly explain these 4 types of organizational culture related strategies that managers can use to deal with the external environmental adaptation. Right. In this diagram, we have to identify the nature of the market or the industry where the organization is in. One way it can be stable, relatively stable. On the other hand, it can be relatively flexible or volatile. Right. Then in the other aspect, they should know whether they should do changes or strategic changes or strategic matching internally or externally. Internally using internal sources or external sources. Right. With this, there are 4 alternative culture-oriented strategies arise as per this diagram, no rectangular diagram. Right. Then one is using the adaptable culture strategy. These organizations are operating in highly volatile situations. Right. Therefore, they are using more external sources to deal with the changes. Matching. Right. Then there is one category. That's the upper level, no? In the upper level. Right. Now most companies are using that. Right. Today, right? The use of an adaptable culture strategy. Right. Right. Opposite is this one, no? Using those companies are using consistent culture strategy. One reason for that is they are in a stable environment situation. They are highly believing internal capabilities as happened in the past without challenging them. Right. Therefore, these companies are continuing the same consistent culture to match with the changes. But they are not experiencing drastic changes in the environment. Right. Then this is somewhat different, no, from these two. But this is also in a volatile environment. But despite that, they are highly believing their internal capabilities and sources, as here. Right. Therefore, these companies are very rare, somewhat rare. They are using involvement culture strategy. Involvement culture strategy. Right. Right. The opposite one is the achievement culture strategy. These companies are in a stable environment, but despite that, they are highly believe in the external source collaborations. Right. Then the 4 things are explained here, giving some examples also. Adaptable culture strategy requires fast responses and high risk taking. Managers doing this value the company's ability to rapidly detect and interpret and translate responses to the environment. As examples, companies in the cosmetic manufacturing, cosmetic sales should do this because the customer needs and wants are changing drastically. Therefore, using an adaptable strategy is very effective for these companies. This is only example. There can be many more in this category. Right. The achievement culture strategy is suitable to serve specific customers, but without intense need for flexibility and doing rapid changes. These companies are much result oriented with competitiveness, initiative, and hard work. Most professional firms can be considered in this category. Professional firms, audit firms, consultancy firms, They are more result oriented. They have result oriented culture, task oriented culture. Maybe Sri Lanka also can come here. The professional organized, but SEP campus is an academic one, but it is run by Sri Lanka, professional firm, professional body, not firm, body. Statutory body. Right. Organizations having involvement culture emphasize an internal focus, right? And they try to adapt to the rapidly changing environment. They highly value their employees and customer needs and corporations. Right. The international oil refined companies like Caltex, British Petroleum, ExxonMobil, Indian oil company also now. And what is Chinese Sinopec? Sinopec. Sinopi, right? They seem using this strategy. Involvement culture strategy. They have very established internal structure capabilities which are distributed across different countries, regions to expand the business. The organizations are using the consistent culture, users and internal focus as above, both are in the same category. In the horizontal line, But the industry natures are different, no? The above phases rapidly changing requirement. This phases very stable, relatively stable situation. Right. Therefore, these organizations are highly methodical, bureaucratic, and rational, and they try to maintain the order. Right. Then all organizations or firms looking after consistent projects, similar projects can have this culture, continue this culture. Even some most government organizations, public organizations can have a consistent culture. Right. Not all, most, right. But some are having rapidly adaptable culture. Another step in the diagram, no? Among the four. Right. Anyhow, the last message given is whatever the changes experienced by an organization, it should be able to respond them with the internal mechanism. That's why managers are there. Managers are appointed and assigned that task. As a team, no? With the help of their people, employees. If an organization cannot seek resources internally, then they have to go for outsourcing. Or sometimes they have to merge with another, or they have to sell out the business to an acquirer, right? Or close down the business simply, no, and abolish that. Such companies are there, they were not able to, the ultimate reason was what? They were not able to manage the changes. Then they had to close down the business. For example, Das Group, then Yashoda Group. There are a lot of outstanding group companies those days. Now no more in the market. The ultimate reason is they were not able to manage the change or adapt to the external environmental changes. That's the reason. Due to poor leadership or something. That's the reason. Ultimate reason. The same is true for current companies also, in future. if they cannot adapt into the changes, they have to vanish from the market. Slowly die or quickly die. Therefore, it is up to the managers to do much in change management. Do the change management successfully. Especially senior managers are responsible for this. Top manager. But they have to get ready other managers and employees also, right? So in the track. Right, then we will have a break up for about 15 to 20 minutes. Coming back, we will have your quiz, classroom quiz. After that, we will do a case study also about change management. Maybe the Nokia case. Nokia case is there in that ebook. We can do that under change management. That's what now I mentioned. It is up to the managers to do that successfully, change management. Okay, no? We have such a break and come back and continue. Huh? Even online member also can have his or her own break. They are participating. No, one was there. No? But no sounds from them. They are very silent. He or she might be sleeping. Not in the class, but might be so. So muted. Okay, we will have a break in that case. Coming back, we will continue.
Okay.
So we will get your attendance, sir. Mother submission. Can increase the AC cool level. Oh, seems hot neck. That's it. No. Anyone did not come back yet? Then we have to keep this, no? One is missing, no? We are doing teamwork, no? Assignment team, sperm, no? Only one team. Has now 8 members. For other subjects also, you are having one team or two. Then shall we have two for our subject? There are 8 members, no? You didn't start, no? Huh? You have 8 members. In future, there can be some more, no? In a halfway. Shall we have two groups here, 2 teams? Otherwise, it is not manageable, no? If the size is too big, all are not contributing. In other classes also, I had the 5-member teams, but here, since there are 8, equally, you can distribute the time. Depending on the examiners, 1 or 2, then if only one team can get few more. If there are 2, further even we can add up. Then there can be 5-member teams. If so, right? Now we will have 4-member teams. Can't you? And so if we talk, you cannot can't be a team 1, 2, 3, 4. My gentleman is in the 2 boys, this boys, 4 girls, and the society. No, online member will do other. Huh? Okay. he said to come here. But no harm, no, you can share information through emails or WhatsApp. Hello, online member, what's your name?
Yes, sir. Mahesh.
Huh? Mahesh.
Mahesh. Yeah.
Now we are going to confirm the teams for the assignment.
Yeah.
Can you join with one team here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's possible. We
Right.
can
Then
communicate
today with him there are 9 members. Then you are a boy, no?
Yeah, I am boy. Yeah.
Yeah, you may join the latter group, second group.
Okay. Okay.
There are 4 girls in back. That's the team 2. Then you will join that.
Okay, sir.
Okay, then you can communicate. There should be a team leader. You are the leader, I think. You may communicate with him. From today, try to gather information and allocate the task. And the same person may type. Follow the guidelines given in the course outline. If any questions, please ask from me in other classes. Then you 4 may be a team 1. Team 1, nah? Group is actually more exception class doing this subject. Then what are your names? Your names? You are the leader, no? Leader. Second, you also carry a member, right? We not to say. Then you? Huh? Rebecca. Huh? Surani. You can. Surani right. 4 members. Then you are the team leader. What's your name? Sumadu. Leader, then Chandima. Huh? Charima. Chadi. First time I heard. Ane. Dekai na ade. Ishani ka Telugu tiyan ane. Huh? Ishani ka? Huh? Ishan. What's your name? Online. Mahesh, Mahesh. You are in team 2. Now from today, separate, in separate 2 teams, you can gather information and do the rest of the things directed by the leader, right? If any practical questions, please ask from me. You have only 7 more weeks to upload the final PDF. Now we finish this is the fourth week, right? 4th week as for the schedule. Fourth week, no? Then you have 8 more weeks to finish this. Right, then all should prepare, all team should prepare a concept book, on the 10 concepts given. The body part use about 2 pages to complete the write-up of a concept. In that write-up, first part is the conceptual part, principal part. The other part is to show the application of that principle by managers or in industries. Likewise, that structure should be used to provide the write-up in other 9 concepts also. Altogether, the main body of the report can be completed around 20 pages. But there are some other pages also in the report, no? Our page, team list, abstract, acknowledgement, table of contents, finally references. All should come to the report and need not to have hard copies, spiral bound copies, have only the First have the Word copy, then have the PDF copy with editing. Then that should be uploaded. One copy should be uploaded by one team. Only one copy should be there. I will set the submission link later. Then online, Mahesh can share information via emails or WhatsApp or any other method or have Zoom team meeting. It is possible. No?
Yeah.
Even local people can do that with the online method to share information. But one day try to gather it. But attendance are over now. I can close that. All good. Right, from today, these two teams should work. If any newcomers, one by one you can get in. No? But allocate tasks for them also. Now we will have your quiz. I'll call upon the number, the name, and you can easily share a learning point. We will start from online. Mahesh.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, what's your learning point about organizational environment? This is the third day.
Last week also I tried to explain something, but I think I will explain environment management.
We can't hear.
Environmental management, we can divide it into internal and external. And external also we can internal meaning company can control. External meaning company cannot control. External we can divide it again like task environment and general environment. Task environment meaning it is too closer to company. General meaning it is not too closer. Task it is included like a customer, supplier, much like a competitor and labor market. General included like a international market, technology, social, and a government.
Right. You had a number, no?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, what's your name? Mention here.
Mahesh.
Huh?
Mahesh. ANMK Jayaratna.
In last two times you answered. Did you answer?
Last week I tried to answer, but maybe
No.
no.
Then from today only we have to consider your mark.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mahesh.
Yeah.
Right, 2 marks can be given from the third day. Yeah? Right,
Yeah,
then
okay.
we will come back to the physical class. Gunatilaka. Right. What's your answer?
Participants and managers doing changes. Then we find about corporate culture. Then what are the definitions? Then we learn the words of visible and invisible. Then we learn about types of organization culture. Those are
No, only one point can be elaborated, not deeply. I asked, same that on the first day, other days also. Select only one point. Need not to cover everything. What is that? Now you finish at corporate culture, no? They tell any new learning point about that? Oh, from any other area?
First, basic education and performance and organization.
Yeah, it has how many parts? What are the two parts? Okay. Next one, Priyadarshani. Priyadarshana. What do you answer?
Organization mainly consists of can divide into parts as external and internal. When it comes to internal, consists of three main parts: employees, managers, and organization culture. When it comes to external part, it can be as task environment, general environment. Task environment consists of four parts: customers, suppliers.
You also take in all points. Only take one point and elaborate that.
When it comes to internal environment, managers play a main role as
Now here reveal the elements of the internal environment.
managers, organization function, employees.
These three involve in the internal organizational environment. How to identify the internal environment? How to place that? That is okay, but as the diagram, we have to use the organization's boundary. These three elements are within the boundary. Right, Dhanushka, ne? What's your learning point?
You can divide it up. Task environment and general environment. Task environment closely combined with operations and performance of the organization. And we can identify the customers, suppliers, and
You are also identifying most of the things. And instead, select one and tell us 1 point.
general environment. Task environment closely combined with the content performance and operations. We have included customers, suppliers, labor market, and competitors.
That's enough. These are the 4 players in the task environment. No? Next time, don't cover most of the things. Select only one and tell about that deeply. Right, Ramanayaka. Next time select and consider 1 point. Next one number 15, 015. Right.
Customers, suppliers, computers, labor markets.
Then 040. What's the answer?
Motivating and there's efficiency. And the other guys employees throughout the whole organizations. They are skills, attitudes, effective productivity of all organizations. And other factors, organization culture, this includes organizational strategy, values.
Next time don't touch many points. 40, no? 040. Huh? No, how this 40 came? No. I heard 40 for as said as 14. Yeah, the number would not come here. Right. 19. Right. 19, no? Next one, Pereira. Absent. Not available today. Then 17, 017. 017. Also absent. Then 11, 011. Right. This one 26, 026. Absent. Right. Mahesh answered, no? Right. Altogether 9 members, including online one. Arne. Then we will do a case study since we have more time. About 1 hour is remaining. We did this one, no? No, this no. This one, ne? You can hear me. Bye, Gandhi. Nokia restructuring giant case study. But now we have to use this case study to match with the current Nokia's position in the market. It is not the market leader now, no? Gone down. Newcomers are there in the market. But still Nokia phones are coming, no? Small phones, smartphones. Apple has been continuing the market share, no? Right. Question asked by the authors. Do you think that with the restructuring, Nokia will be able to maintain its competitive advantage? Now we can ask simply as not, but in future also it may do the same, no? Restructuring or with any other strategy development, it may try to come back, enhance the market share. Right. That's how this company case should be now considered. Right. Let's see what has happened to understand what has happened in the past. Nokia restructuring a giant. It is difficult to do that. Nokia was established in 1865 in a different industry, as a pulp and paper mill in Finland. It's a Finnish company. But one time it taken by Microsoft, no? Again released, no? That may be the problem it actually experienced in that takeover. Right. During the 1960s, they expanded into the rubber and cable industries through a series of mergers. Yeah, these are external sources. 75, they expanded into many industries such as computers, consumer electronics, and cell phones. In 79, Nokia and Mobria entered into a joint venture, which Nokia took over later to design and manufacture mobile phones. Since 98, Nokia has been the market leader in the mobile phone industry, transcending the boundaries between countries and continents. Right. Second para, Nokia has diversified its business model time and again to maintain its leadership status in the industry. To achieve growth and success, Nokia had to go through a number of corporate restructuring to revive the organization and adapt to its dynamically changing environment of goals and visions, what we discussed today. Restructuring allowed Nokia to come to terms with the increasing competition in the industry, creating an organizational culture that promotes innovation and results. Today, we found that today also, in concepts, results in low attrition rates compared to the industry. In the past 6 years, now more than that, Nokia has had 2 major waves of restructuring comprising 3 restructuring processes in all. The first wave came early in the 21st century with 2 restructuring in 2002 and 3 respectively. The second wave currently in progress, actually already happened, aims to place Nokia at the vantage point with respect to the future technology. First wave, in more details, the late 1990s saw Nokia shifting its focus from 2G to software development. Now we had 5G. The growth path in 2G was limited primarily because of bandwidth constraint and lack of protocols for high-speed downloads. Nokia had already begun work on 3G, which would eventually see the convergence of telephony, computing, and internet. Now we passed this era or stage, phase. Nokia's widespread restructuring at this time was an attempt to support this new corporate strategy. A monolithic organizational culture was no longer appropriate. Monolithic means hierarchical. Appropriate for a market that required flexibility and faster movement to tap opportunities. In 2002, Nokia split its mobile phone division pillar into 9 separate business centers based on geography, charging them with working on a specific market independently, especially Russia, China, and India. Nokia had finally learned from its folly of neglect in these growth markets. That's the weakness. It time to time neglected market opportunities. With not continuing market research. September 2003 saw Nokia marching ahead with its structural changes by dividing the company into 4 divisions: mobile phones, multimedia phones, enterprise solutions, and networks. These divisions, along with the cross-divisional market operations and technology platforms, gave it a metric structure, dual relationship, attuned to the existing environment that needed flexibility, as in Exhibit 1, Diagram 1. Nokia's organization is structured between 2003 and 8. The divisions were small in size and enabled faster response in targeting market that were vastly different with respect to feature, demand, and usage. This is the Exhibit 1 to know the then time restructuring. Customer and market operations, technology platforms, the other 4 divisions. This structure was significantly responsible for the growth that Nokia saw in this period, especially in the emerging markets like India or China. Nokia managed to overcome its mistake of allowing competitors like Motorola to run away with product innovations like flip phones. But Nokia's change if unfit methodology of dealing with its organization structure ensured that the second wave of restructuring was not too far away. The first wave losses, right? The second wave of restructuring was necessitated by changes in the rapidly growing marketplace. The existing structure was strained by this growth, which magnified its deficiencies. Trouble started creeping in as technologies began to converge and the phones started becoming similar. Every phone in the market seemed to be offering similar features that drove the demand for a common platform. The structure was incapable of meeting such needs. The major issues faced by this structure were repetition of work across division and non-standardization of product, poor coordination among divisional groups working on the same technology, inability to develop any major expertise. This led to cost ineffectiveness and call for a major revamp and restructuring in Nokia. The second wave, Nokia restructured itself into 3 main functional groups: market, devices, and software and services, as in Exhibit 2, this diagram. This division handles customers, front-end sales, and go-to-market strategy of Nokia sales worldwide. Devices. First one, market division. Devices. It deals with all hardware and software requirements for the development of a new mobile phone, research and development, product development, software variants that were earlier separated in 3 divisions have now been put together under single umbrella division. The research and division was further broken down into functional entities as per the requirements. Software and services. It was created in the restructuring exercise with an eye on the future of the industry. It reflects the path that Nokia wants to take in the coming years and is in sync with its vision of bringing the best of internet to phones and offering custom internet services. Nokia Siemens network. Nokia established network division in collaboration with Siemens as a separate entity to grow fixed and mobile network infrastructure and services. This helped Nokia to expand its scale of operations and strengthen its market position. Nokia focused on 4 main aspects in its restructuring process. Product focus. Nokia was manufacturing 70 models worldwide. Functionality focus. Technical and functional expertise was important for cutting-edge technology. Geographic focus, expanding global footprint. Focus on internet services, exploring future possibilities. While the key effects of the second wave of restructuring are yet to be seen, the new structure is expected to offer the following advantages to Nokia. Consolidated or combined R&D department with functional expertise to eliminate work repetition, flexibility and adaptability in sharing human resource across programs. We studied these concepts today, but these companies have been using them from long time. How does Nokia do it? It's a question in future, now and in future. Organizations of the size of Nokia tend to stick to the same structure for a long period of time for the simple reason that it is an enormously difficult task to restructure once established. Large organizations that undergo restructuring face a lot of discontent from employees or resistances from employees have gotten used to a specific style of functioning. That means organizational inertia. How then is Nokia, a giant, able to restructure so often without batting an eyelid? A large part of this answer stems from its organizational culture and values. The need for a culture of mobility has led to an external strategic focus and flexible environment. This flexibility has ensured that even major changes result in minimum discontent among employees. Transparency in restructuring process and a clear definition of new roles and duties allow things to fall in place quickly, ensuring a smooth transition from one structure to another. The structure adopted also have a role to play in the success of the restructuring exercise. The newer structure have allowed for significant growth through acquisition and collaborations. These are external sources in doing changes. The division's multifunctional competencies have resulted in increased cooperation with organization in the wider ecosystem. Acquisition of smaller technology firms are an attempt to use its division's expertise to grow. Walmart. These acquisitions and other collaborations form a part of Nokia's extended firm. Symbian, Nokian leading collaborative platform for mobile devices is one such component of its extended firm that work very well longer period of time to be the market leader. Conclusion. Nokia over the years has evolved both organically and inorganically. It has always kept an eye on the future and worked towards achievement of its future goals. To support this corporate strategy, it has undergone three structuring changes in the past 6 years in order to adapt its business model and culture. This has helped Nokia to be a step ahead of its competitors. Those days, Nokia's entry into the mobile internet application development is important for its future growth. Nokia sees this as the next step to stay ahead of the competition. This would require more structural change for Nokia to foray into a completely new field. Whether or not it succeeds will depend on how it is able to change itself from what is now to what it should be to meet the demands of a new era. Now we should analyze this carefully. While the first two waves of restructuring had not greatly tested an ingrained culture of flexibility, commitment and innovation, the next wave will require a never seen before emphasis on these traits. Restructuring a giant organization is not easy, and Nokia will have to do it all over again, maintain its competitive edge. Right. Then that part is still applicable to Nokia's current position. Right, question again. Do you think that with the restructuring, Nokia will be able to maintain its competitive advantage? You can say yes, but subject to some other requirements or changes. Right, you can say yes, but Nokia should consider following as well. Then you can give some comment that you 5 such areas, suggestions. One is identify the particular cultural behavior strategy, no? Nokia should use to identify the uncertainty level by identifying the uncertainty level of the environment or the nature of the industry, as well as to know what the best set of sources to do the changes in future. That is one, as we learned today. No? Another one, based on your knowledge, also you can say some other writers are saying so. No, Nokia should do constant market research, as Apple and other companies do. No? Constant market research to know the changing customer needs and wants and the future of the mobile market, cell phone market in the world. Now I think under that you can say a lot of AI related technology should be included. No, no, in mobile phones. That is expected by people. No, in mobile phones, AI facilities should be given. Even them to use fakings. But likewise, you can suggest two, three more other things. And another thing is look at the sustainable focus, as many other businesses like Apple, Nike have been doing sustainability. That is, but look, I missed that. That is one, and another one in doing collaborations, select the right companies, not right others. Don't merge with the Microsoft like unnecessarily. But it had in 2030. That may be a very bad line. But Microsoft might be gathering all information, know-how of Nokia as a Finnish company. It is an American, those cultures are different. Likewise, you can give those suggestions using the information there and but coming to the market leader position is not easy. You know? Now there are many players in the market. All have come to the same positions. All phones have come to the same positions. But Apple has been doing the same. No, Apple phones have still a high resale value. No, maybe due to the design quality and innovation, as introduced by Steve Jobs those days. But Apple's culture is very strong, I think. Ne? It is not much flexible as Nokia has. Too much of flexibility is also not good. Likewise, you can elaborate the answer. These are some resistances to changes. First one is individual resistance. The employees are resisting, no? But these are some reasons. First type is individual resistance. These are the reasons. One is economic reasons. The economic reasons to fear change usually focus on one or more following. Fear of technological unemployment, fear of reduced work hours and consecutively less pay, fear of demotion and thus reduced wages, fear of speed up and reduce incentive wages. Right. These are some economic reasons individuals to resist. Second, fear of the unknown. Change often brings with its substantial uncertainty. Employees facing a technological change such as the introduction of new computer system may resist the change simply because it introduces ambiguity into what was once comfortable situation for them. This is especially a problem when there has been a lack of communication about the change by managers. Third individual reason is fear of loss. When a change is impending, some employees may fear losing their jobs, particularly when an advanced technology is introduced. Employees may also fear losing their status because of a change. Another common fear is that changes may diminish the positive qualities the individual enjoys in the job. For example, computerizing the customer service positions threaten the autonomy that sales representatives previously enjoyed. Fourth reason is security reasons. People with high need for security are likely to resist change because it threatens their feeling of safety. Next one, status quo. Perhaps the biggest and most sound reason for the resistance to change is the status quo. As human beings, we are creatures of habits. Change may pose a disturbance to the existing comforts of status quo. When confronted with change, this tendency to respond in our accustomed ways becomes source of resistance. එන වෙලාව යන වෙලාවනේ කතා බහ කරන විලාසෙ ඒවට හානියක් වෙනවා නම් කැමති නැහැ වෙනස් වෙනවා. Change means they will have to find new ways to manage in them and their environment. The ways that might not be successful as those currently used. These are not for all, for some. Then peer pressure. Individual employees may be prepared to accept change but refuse to accept it for the sake of the group. Whenever change is unwilling to the peers, they force the individuals who want to accept change to resist change. It happens, no? Maybe through trade unions. Disruption of interpersonal relationship, another reason. Employees may resist change that threatens and limit meaningful interpersonal relationship on the job. Introduction of change often result in disturbance of the existing social relationships. Change may also result in breaking up of work groups. Right. The second set of reasons is organizational resistances. Next to individual. One is resource limitations. Resources are major constraint for many organizations. The necessary financial, material, and human resource may not be available to the organization to make the needed changes. Further, those groups in organizations that control sizable resources often see change as a threat. They tend to be content with the way things are. Right. Then structural inertia obligations. Some organizational structures have inbuilt mechanism for resistance to change. For example, in a bureaucratic structure where jobs are narrowly defined and lines of authority are clearly spelled out, change would be difficult, as we discussed in the classical perspective. Third one, sunk cost. Accounting sunk cost. Some organization invest a huge amount of capital in fixed asset. If an organization wishes to introduce changes, then difficulty arises because of these sunk cost. ඒවල් හදලා බිල්ඩින් හදලා නේ ඒවා කඩන්න බෑ. විකුණන්න වෙනවා අඩු ගානේ. Politics. Organizational change may also shift the existing balance of power. in an organization. Individuals or groups who hold power under the current agreements may be threatened with losing their political advantage in the advent of change. Next one. Next organizational constraint is what? Reason is what? Threat to establish power relationship. Any redistribution of decision-making authority can threaten long established power relationship within the organization. Managers may therefore resist change that introduces participative decision making because they feel threatened. Then next one, threat to expertise. Change in organizational pattern may threaten to expertise of specialized groups like finance managers, accountants, auditors. Therefore, specialists usually resist change. Group inertia. Even if individuals want to change their behavior, group norms, I mentioned above also, no? Group norms may act as a constraint. For example, if union norms dictate resistance to any unilateral change made by the management, an individual member of the union who may otherwise willing to accept the changes may resist it because they have to follow the union's stand. Right. Therefore, these are the two types of resistances to change. First one is individual resistance, behavioral. Others are structural. Okay? Structure and behavior both they are under organizational factors. Right. Actually, these are organizational behavior concepts and practices. OB. But both the management and OB are interrelated, no each other. This is the Levin's chain model introduced by Kurt Lewin, father of organizational behavior. Kurt Lewin, a social psychologist, noted for his work in organizational theory, developed a model of chain process. Right. It is said as Levin's model of change. This is based on the force field analysis. And the same was introduced by him. Right. Then first phase is unleashing. That means reducing forces for status quo. We identify some barriers. In this first stage, those should be reduced, minimized. Then change. That means developing movement or moving from the current status to the new future. Developing new attitudes, values, and behaviors. That should be done with behavioral change. Right. Last phase is third one is repeating. That means reinforcing new attitudes, values, and behaviors. Once they develop, they should be reinforced, sustained in future. For that purpose, companies may organize trainings, education, seminars, reward systems, those things. Yeah. Managers should ensure that organizational culture and formal reward system encourage the new behaviors and avoid the rewarding of all ways of operating. That's how the last stage, repreciation should happen. This is the idea, so-called analysis of force field analysis. A useful technique for analyzing change situation is Kurt Levin's force field analysis method. This technique describes and analyzes the various forces that operate in a social system to keep the system either in balance or in state of change. Levin's method proposes that two sets of forces operate in any system. Forces that operate for change, that means driving forces, and forces that operate against change, that means resisting forces. Then we have to identify both to find an equilibrium. Right. This is about bodybuilding. Bodybuilding requirement to maintain the body or change the body weight or something. Then these are the two types of factors. Forces for change. You have to gain weight, no weight gain. Minimally pass in treadmill test. Feel lethargic. Having no energy. These are actually your what is called weaknesses in the body. That these may drive you to start that activity. Right. Family history of cardiovascular disease. It's a genetic thing. New physically demanding job. New physically demanding job. These are the so-called motivators. You to start that activity. Right. Then these are the, at the same time, while you are seeing these requirements, you are finding the resistance also. Factors saying not to do, don't go for that. In any activity, both are there, no? ගියක් ගන්නකොටත් ඒවා වාහනයක් ගන්නකොට ඇඳුමක් ගන්නකොටත් ඒවානේ මැරිජ් කරන්න ගිහුවමත් ඒවා දෙපැත්තම බලන්න සාධක ඉක්විලිබ්‍රියම් එකට එනවා. Then these are the negatives behind that activity. Lack of time. හැම කෙනාටම තියෙනවා. No exercise facility at work. දැන් නම් ගත් තියෙනවා gyms එහෙම තියෙනවානේ. Spouse partner hates to exercise. No interest in physical activity or sports by nature. Made a grade of D in physical education class. Made a grade of D in physical education class. ඒ කියන්නේ scoring rate එකට යන්න බැරි වෙයි කියලා වගේ හැඟීමක් එතකොට යන්නේ. එහෙම ඉස්කෝලේ යන්නේ පළවෙනි යන්න බෑ නැත්නම් ඉස්කෝලේ කොන් වෙනවා. ඒ වගේ ඒවා resisting factors. ඒතකොට ඉස්කෝලේ යන්නේ සල්ලි නැහැ. ඒ වගේ තියෙනවා නේ ටීචර්. ඒ වගේ that's how the force field analysis should be done to identify an equilibrium. This is a small example given. Likewise, managers may have such two types of forces behind a chain requirement. Right. Then you have to apply that, no? Applying force field analysis. Think of a problem you are currently facing. An example would be trying to increase the amount of study time you devote to a particular class or exam. Right. Then describe the problem as specifically as possible. List the forces driving change on the arrows at the left side to the diagram. List forces restraining change on the arrows at right side of the diagram. What can you do specifically to remove the resisting factors? What can you do? Increase forcing factors. Then what benefits can be derived from breaking a problem down into forces driving change and forces restraining change? That's how equilibrium can be found. Practically, those are the steps. This is the way where you apply the steps. Right. Those are some means. Right. එතකොට මේ ඔයගේ ඩයග්‍රෑම් එකට දාන්න. සමහරට ස්කෝරින් රේට් එකක් වුණත් ගෙනියන්න පුළුවන් මෙතන. ස්කෝර් එකක් දීලා. Right. Actually, these happened during the war period. War period in the world. This case is given for the period Second World War. Right. Safety glasses දාන්න ඒ change එක introduce කරන්න යනකොට ටික system එක දාන්න ටික touch system එකනේ then managers should use the force field analysis before introducing. The Lanka व्यवस्था වෙනස් කරනකොටත් එහෙමනේ. change එකක් constitutional change. එතකොට ඔයගේ force field analysis එකක් කරන්න වෙනවා. ඒසුනේ. Right. Driving forces and resisting forces දෙකටමනේ. ඒකලා මේ ඒකේ balance එක බලන්න වෙනවා. equilibrium එකක් ගන්න වෙනවා. Right, මේකත් පොඩ්ඩක් කියලා බලමු. එතකොට ඉවර කරමු. A good example of how force field analysis can be used is described by Levin during World War II. Female factory workers objected to the requirement that safety glasses be worn in a plant. Many strategies were tried, most of which were increases in the driving forces, but no consistent change occurred. Force field analysis was then used to diagnose the situation. Right. These are the driving forces identified as being. One is the necessity to protect their eyes, desire to cooperate with the company and the policy, willingness to follow the rules. Then others are resisting, feeling that the glasses were too heavy, feeling that the glasses were unattractive, ugly, feeling that compliance infringed on the individual's freedom of choice. Right, those are the resisting factors. By concentrating on the resisting forces, the company decided to substitute light and more comfortable frames for the glasses to minimize them. Then each employee was encouraged to decorate glasses, and contest was held to determine the most attractive glasses. And this individual expression removed the feelings of loss of freedom. Right. That's how the even resistant factors can be minimized or can be converted to the driving forces. That is up to the managers or change agents. That's how any change can be implemented successfully. The psychological, it's a psychology, social psychology. මොනම කෙනෙක් behavior එක වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට කියමු. Force field analysis. Okay, this is a very good learning lesson, no? Learning point for our normal life also. Right, with this we will finish that. Right. Then there are two teams. Online member will work with you. Then from today you can start gathering information and writing them. Time to time read the slips mentioned in the course outline under the team assignment report. After that, if you have questions, please ask from me. Yesterday we have to do planning, no? In planning, there are 3 lessons: general planning, strategic planning, and decision making. Then after that, we will do organize it. Then leading. In leading, there are 4 other sessions: leadership, motivation, communication, power politics. After that, we will do the last lesson, controlling. Then sessions are over. But by the time you should be able to upload the report, even before that, just before that. Okay, then today we will finish in this way. Right? Now it is going to rain, no? It's raining. But you have another class, no? No, finish. All right. You can leave home.
එදිනා අපි දැන් නයි ශ්‍රාවණික යනවා. ඒ මේ දැන් හයිද සරයලා එක දෙන්නෙක් විනාඩි 5ක් ඉන්නවා. හරි ඒ මැක්සිමම් විනාඩි 5ක් පාඩම. Integration medical unemployment එකයි කියන්නේ දැන්
එහෙම කරන්නේ ටොපික් ටික අපි දාගෙන ඉන්නවා.
ඒක ලස්සනට කරුම් ඉතින් ඕනනම් අපි ඔක්කොම අන්තිමට එකතු වෙලා පස්සේ බෝඩ් ළඟ ඉන්නකොට කියමු. එතකොට ඒක ලස්සනයි.
අපි නිකන් පොඩි ස්මෝල් ටවුන් එකක් ගන්න. ඒක ඉන්නේ කට්ටිය බලන්න ඔන්න ෂොප් එකක් හොදේ. ෂොප් එකේ මේ සෙලයි බලන්න. ඒ දෙන්නගේ ඩිස්කෂන් එක. හරි ඒකට මුලින් කරන්නේ නෝ කියලා බාත් වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔෆිස් එන්වයරන්මන්ට් එක ඕන ඉන්නවා ඕනයි එම්ප්ලොයි මැනේජර්ස් වගේ මැනේජර් කෙනෙකුයි බවුනට HR මැනේජර් ස්වතන්ත්‍ර HR මැනේජර් ඉස්කරන්නේ කියලා එකක් දාමු මොකක්ද කියනවා ඒ මොනවාද මැටීරියල් ප්‍රයිසස් වැඩි වෙලා ප්‍රොෆිට් මාර්ජින් වැඩි වෙලා තියෙන ප්‍රයිස් වැඩි කරගන්න අයිටම් දෙකෝ post එක ලියුම් කරගන්න එම්ප්ලොයි කරලා ගන්න වෙනවා කියලා එහෙම කරා.
අපිට ලියා ගන්න මාත්‍රාවේ කියන්නේ
දැන් ඉතින් ලියාගන්න. හරිද?
රිසෝර්ස් දෙන්න. ඒක පළවෙනි ෂොප් එකනේ.
මේ අපි බලලා ගමු මැනුෆැක්චරර් උඩට දාමු. එයාගේ පටන් ගන්නව සයිකල් එකකට. එයා මෙයාගේ raw material price increase වෙලා හරි ඩොලර් රේට් එක increase වෙලා හරි උගේ prices increase එකේ cost එක වැඩිද්දි අඩික පැත්තේ cost cut කරන්න මේ employee cost එක අඩු කරනවා salary wages cutting එකක් කරනවා අනිත් පැත්තෙන් price increase කරනවා price increase කරාම ඒ market එක ගෙදවර shop එකේ event එක දානවා හරිද shop එකේ ඒ වගේ ඕනේ shop එකට ගියාම එතකොට market එකේ තියෙන prices ගන්න වෙනවා අනිත් පැත්තේ wages ටික අඩු වෙනවා හැබැයි wages එක ගන්න පුළුවන් පොඩි කිය අඩු වෙනවා වනේ ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් ඒ discussion එකෙන් එකක් දාමු මේ ඉතින් wages cut එකයි ටික දෙනෙක්ව අයින් කරනවා කියන්නේ cut එකක් තියෙනවා ඒ සයිඩ් එක
ඩිවයිඩ් වෙන ජොබ් එක.
අයින් කරපු අයින් කරන ජොබ් දාමු unemployment කියලා උගලන් දුක්දන් දීලා pension වලන්නේ ඉන්නේ සම්පූර්ණ කරන්න බැරි නෙවෙයි
මට පොත් එකක් හිනායි.
unemployed මේ HR manager දාන්න දෙනවා yes manager එතකොට මෙතන ඉන්නවා දෙකයි මේක ඉන්නවා තුනයි unemployment එකට මම කිව්ව කවුද දෙන්නේ
තාම දාත ඔකේ නෝඩිය අදහස් ටිකක් හතර.
අංකරයි අපි පොස්ට් ලියුණානේ අපි පොස්ට් එක සෑහෙන අපි මේ එකක් නම් කියන්නේ price එක ඉතින් Ini terbuat. Unemployment එකකට මේ ඔය දෙන්නයි තව එක්කෙනෙක් සෙට් වෙනවා. Unemployment එක දාලා මේ වගේලි කතා කරන්නේ ඉතින් ගෙදර ළමයි ඉන්නවා ළමයි මිටින් කරන ඒවා කියලා මේ වගේ මොනවද ටිකක් දාන්නේ නඩු මේක
ළමයි කරන කවුද
හරි ඉතින් දැන් තව දැන් ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් එකේ යද්දි ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකේ ඉන්නවනේ ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකෙන් අපි ඉම්පෝස් කරමු ටැක්ස් ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකට කවුරුහරි ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් කෙනෙක් දාමු නිවුස් රිපෝට් එකේ හරි මොකක් හරි කියනවා මේ මොනවද දැන් ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් එකත් එක්ක මොනවද ටැක්ස් දැන් මේ නිවුස් රිපෝට් එකක අහුවම අර මොනවාද එක්කෝ ෆීසිබල් හරි අන්එම්ප්ලොයිමන්ට් එකකින් හරි තව පය වෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට කියලා තියෙනවා නිවුස් රිපෝට් එකයි මේ මොනවාද ඔය ඔක්කොම අස්තරේ යන්න ඕන නැරේට කෙනෙක් මේ හරි නැරේට අපි දාමු මේ කෙනෙක් නැත්නම් මේ නැරේට මොනවාද ඔන්ලයින් view that ඉතින් ඔය හදන්න වීඩියෝ එකක් එක්කනම් මේ මැද්දට පොඩි PowerPoint slide එකක් එක්ක මේ මොනවාද ටයිප් කරලා ඒක print out කරනවා ඒක අපි කියන්නේ නැතුව ඒකට දාන්න ඒකේ මොනවද ඒ නැරේටර්ගේ කාඩ් එක ඩිසයින් කරන්න පුළුවන් දීපාල කරන යෝසල් පිටිපස්ස දෙනවා හරි දෙන්නේ නැරේටර්ගේ එක හදන්න ඕන overall economy එකයි තුනේ හැම ඉන්සිඩන්ට් එකකම ඉස්සරහින් මේ දැන් ඒක කට්ටිය මේක කියලා හරි කමන්නේ නැහැ නැරේට මේක it's like ඒක හදන්න මේක
එහෙනම් දැන් මේක කියන්නේ හදන්න ඕන පාර්ට්ස් කියලා හොඳට විතර දුන්නා නම් ඒක ඉන්වෝල්ව් වෙනවා දැන් හතක් ගියා නක්ලා තියෙනවා
එහෙනම් අපි මේ මැද්දට නැරේටර්ස් ලකුණු දෙකක් දාමු ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් එකට මේ දැන් මේ කොම් පටන් ගන්න කලින් එකට නැරේටර් කෙනෙක් narrator 1 narrator 1 explain කරන්න ඕන general මේක inflation එක හරි unemployment එකට කියන්න එපා inflation එකෙන් පස්සේනේ unemployment එන්නේ ඔව් inflation එකෙන් ගිහිල්ලා office environment එකට ගියා shop එක ගියා මෙන්න මේ narrator 1 ගියා scene 1 එක office environment එක ඊට පස්සේ scene 2 එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන් shop එක ඊට පස්සේ narrator 2 ඇවිල්ලා unemployment එක පොඩ්ඩක් කියනවා description එක දෙනවා ඊට පස්සේ ප්‍රශ්න ජීවන අය ඊට පස්සේ narrator කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා employment එකයි inflation එකයි දෙකම combine කරලා පොඩි නිකන් පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න. ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් දාමු නම් මෙන්න මේ අන්ඩිප්ලොයිමන්ට් එක උනේ. narrator කෙනෙක් දාලා එයා මට දාලා එයා දාලා
මොකක් කරද එක දාන්නේ
මේ මම මේ ඔයාලට දෙයක් හදන්න ඩයලොග්ස් හදන්න ඕනේ.
අනේ කොහෙන්ද කියන්නේ ඉතින් ඔක්කොම දුන්න කරා මට කියන්නේ
ඒ කඩුවල ලිව්වේ හරි මම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරාම නම් ආයි. බොඩ් එක කියනවනේ.
අන්න ඉගෙන ගන්න
ඊට පස්සේ narrator කෙනෙක් unemployment inflation අර ඔක්කොම මර්ජ් කරලා එකක් කියන්න. අන්තිම narrator narrators හතරක් set වෙනවා කමක් නැද්ද? අන්තිමට inflation maybe economy එකට සම්බන්ධ as a whole explain කරලා හරි මේක කියලා හරි කමන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඉතින් කියන කන්ක්ලූෂන් හරිද? පොඩ්ඩක් වෙන්නේ කැම්පස් ළමයි මොසෙන්ද? පරිපියද්ද? අන්සර් වෙන්නේ? Bye. Ayai, atai, saya kami namanya. Ya, ikut hak itu ni.
මහේෂ් ගත්තද
Manis gatti ne.
මහේෂ් ගත්තද මහේෂ් පුළුවන් වීඩියෝ එකක් දාන්න
Manis hari itu apa?
ඉතින් නිවුස් එකට
Ini kontak mana kan? Explain kan, ni.
ඔව් ඒක දාන්න යා මම දාන්නේ රාමුගේ එයා වැටලා රාමුගේ කියන්නේ
Ha. Aduh, pet.
Where are you texture?
මම කිව්වා රාමුගේ
Iya, mati ya, no. Resources, iya, no. Ini api මේ narrator විදුලා ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් එක ගැන කියනවා නැත්නම් නිවුස් එකක් එකටම දාන්න.
ඉස්සරහට කොහොමද සීමෙද
මම එකටම දැම්මේ narrator කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් එක ගැන කියනවා. හරිද?
මේ නේද එක් පාඩ කරලා
නිවුස් එකකින් පටන් අරන් මේ narrator කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් එක ගැන කියනවා. News එක කියනවා education එක. මේ නිවුස් එකේ කියන්නේ නිකන් එකක් නිවුස් එකක් නෑ මේ අර වක් හරි ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් වල නිවුස් එකක් බලාගෙන ඒක කියන්නේ වක් හරි එකක් තියමු කෙනෙක්. හරි මේ ඊට පස්සේ narrator ඇවිත් ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් එක අපේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකට එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්නේ. news article එකක් අපිට කිව්වට නේද?
හරි.
දැන් ඉංග්‍රීසි සයිට් එකයි දෙකම ඉන්නවා එතකොට. කෙනෙක්.
මොකද්ද?
ඒ මොකද
ඒ මොකද කියන්නේ?
ඒකෝඩ්
දෙන්න ලෝකේ.
පොල් කියන්නේ
මෙතෙන්ට එක්කෙනයි විනාත් එක්කෙනයි ඊට පස්සේ ඔෆිස් එක නේ කිව්වේ
manufacturing development
මේ ඔෆිස් එන්වයරන්මන්ට් එකේ තමයි මේ ඕනයි
ඉන්ටර්නෙට්
මෙතන ඉන්නවා ඕන ඉන්නවා අනිත් ඩිරෙක්ටර් හරි කවුරු හරි ඊට පස්සේ HR මැනේජර්
only manufacturing without you only
හරියට ඔෆිස් එන්වයරන්මන්ට් එකේ ඔෆිස් එන්වයරන්මන්ට් මෙතන එක්ස්ප්ලේන් මෙතන නිකම් මොකක් හරි ටැග් එකක් මොකද තමයි ග්‍රාෆ් එක අර මේ කැටගරි කියන අර්ථය අතරම මම යෝගලම් ටැක්ස් අමෝ මේ
sign in
price increase. මෙයා කතා වෙන්නේ price of raw material prices. හරි. මෙතෙන්ට තුන් දෙනෙක් ඉන්න. මෙතන නැරේට කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා unemployment ගැන කියන්නේ. මෙතන unemployment ගැන කතා වෙනවනේ. මෙහි ඔබේ inflation ගැන කතා වෙනවා. මේගොල්ලන් සීට්ගේ මෙයා නැරේට inflation ගැන කියනවා. මෙතනදී termination වෙනවා. එතන unemployment. මෙයා මේ නැරේට මෙතන මොකක් හරි සුපර් මාකට් කියලා කියමුකෝ. ඒක සුපර් මාකට්. මේ සුපර් මාකට් එක හරි ෂොප් එකක් හරි. මේ සුපර් මාකට් එක දාලා ඊට පස්සේ මොකද ඒ අන්තිම දෙකකට දාමු මෙතන දැනට කිව්වොත් නෑ සුපර් මාකට් එකයි ජොබ් නැති උනේ සුපර් මාකට් price increase increase දෙන ඒවා ගැනයි ඊට පස්සේ ලෝක සැලරි ගැනයි මේ දැන් එතන තේරුම් කියනවා මේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ සැලරි අඩුයි මගේ මේ දැන් සැලරි ඉස්සර මට මෙච්චර ගන්න තිබ්බා මේ දැන් මට ගන්න පුළුවන් මේක දැන් ෂොප් ඕනේ දේශම් මගේ හරේ දෙන්නේ ඕකනේ ෂොප් ඕනේ කියන ගණන්
අපිට යන පුළකට නැත්තේ යන
අල්ලා ඔකේ ඉංග්‍රීසි කියන්න ඔකේ ඉංග්‍රීසි කියන්න කාය දෙකෙන් පහයි අය 8යි හරි ඊට පස්සේ the neighbors
neighbors
neighbors එහෙම දාන්නද pressure from family expression හරි මේ මොකක් හරි එකක් කතා කරන්න මේක මෙතෙන්ට එනවා මේක මෙතෙන්ට එනවා මෙතන ලියන එක මෙතෙන්ට එනවා Then three babies. Adding in activity, then the attacking to this. Slide take here, Polite. එනම් මෙතන එකක් ගන්නවද? ඊය කින්නවද? හක්කොල්. Kay dekai patunay. Atray kay ay. Ay pula. Dia conclusion ini narrator කවුද කැමති ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් එක එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න දල්වලට නම් දෙපා එකක් narrate අංගපාන්න කියන්නේ narrator සයිට් එකක් හදාගෙන ආවා සයිට් එක දැම්මා ඒක දුන්නා ඔන්න ඔයගොල්ලෝ කතාවෙම මේක හරියන්නේ නැහැ මේකට අපි මේක මේක කරගන්න ഘോഷණයක් කරන්න ඕන කියලා බෝඩ් කැලි එකක් උස්සගත්තා දැන් අපිත් දෙන්නම් බෝඩ් බෑග්ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක
අපි තමයි හිතුවේ මෙයාට අපිත් යා
ඔව් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කතා වෙන්න ഘോഷණයට අපි ඉන්නම් බෝඩ් කැලි අල්ලගෙන මොකක්ද ඒ ඔය දෙන්නේ එකතු වෙලා වීඩියෝ පොඩි ක්ලිප් එකක් හදන්න ඕනේ. ඔය දෙන්න හදන්න. කවුද ඔෆිස් එකේ ඉන්න කැමති? අපි දෙන්න ෂොප් එක කරමු. දෙන්න හරි.
ඉතින් ඔබට
නිෂාදිකා හරි කවුද දෙක නැලේ තම නැලේට කෙනෙක් වෙන්න කැමති මේ ගානේ හසිම ඇයි මේ මෙයාට මහේෂ්ට කියලා මේ කියන ගන්න මේකත් යවන්න ඊට පස්සේ
මේ ඔෆිස් එකයි මේකයි
අපි
දැන් ඔය දෙක
අපි ජාරේ අඩි කවුද මේ තව ඒ තින්නේ මෙන්න මේ මෙතන තුන් දෙනා 3A බවද
අපි ආයි
Rebecca, Tulani. Shakir.
AID
Q double E. SNJ. Q double E.
hari ini lama nih bulan sih Yeah.
Sì, ma guarda, come vai? Poco ini sudah kurang normal, dari betul tadi mana? Terus mana? Saya dan saya dengan primer, wah,
Yeah.
naik naik. Pasal ada kita beli. Tadi kata ni, mana masuk? Tadi yang itu. Yang mana lawan kita? Aduh, gimana ini? Why is he involved? Why was not the that for him? After that product. Yang kena dia, nanti, sudah. Mana bag? Bag dia, makan. Bag betul dia, orang mesti dia. Apa yang kita? Mau bagi bag apa ini? Ini apa? Kita kata nanti bisu. Rebecca, oh, saya ada nak fitem nak ada. Itu party itu ada ini. Awalnya kayak ini kata kan nanti. Yang ini nanti kan. Ini role yang play karalah. Dengan lagi itu mau hari ni apa sahaja ni, macam apa nampak? Pasti board itu saya kita boleh. Ini mana ini? Aku boleh berarti aku sudah kita mau kita kan. Itu kita party. Dia dan sahaja ni, orang pantauan yang kita kalau. Ini ada apa lagi? लोग आदत की वो खाने एक को नहीं पता तो बात नहीं पता ध्यान इसके बाद कोई और से कराएंगे अभी इस बैंकिंग का वोल्ट का 3 आने तेरे तो हम करेंगे नहीं अभी नहीं है नहीं चलो आते हैं नहीं orang yang sini aku yang tangki lagi mati dia, kalau tentang yang mana yang kasih. Itu macam nama itu. Om ini apa ni kan saya? Om itu semua bermain ini film. Thank you.